We're living through incredibly challenging times. We're just emerging now from a long and dark night of isolation and uncertainty, of pandemic and polarization. We're living through an era of profound moral awakening. The ground is shaking. And we've worked so hard. But we're not nearly done. In fact, we're really just getting started. IKAR was founded on the core belief that faith communities need to be not only sources of spiritual strength, but voices of moral courage. That we have to be first responders to indifference and injustice. We hear the voice of our Jewish faith and our Jewish tradition, calling us, demanding of us that we become agents of social change. We know and we believe that if we really dream of building a loving community out there, we have to start by building sacred community right here and right now. A community that stands together in spiritual strength and spiritual resistance. And so we stand in friendship with our multi-faith partners around the country, working to build a more just and loving society. We stand in hope because hope is the greatest expression of defiance against the politics of pessimism and a culture of despair. We stand in love because we trust in the mysterious power of human connectedness. This is the real work of community, to show up, to answer each other's loneliness with presence, to say amen to each other's mourner's Kaddish, and in a world that's turned upside down, to remind each other again and again and again what's right side up. Our ancestors were dreamers. They held the audacious belief that every single human being is created in God's own image. Fueled by that prophetic vision, we lift up a theology of radical equality because we truly believe that every single person deserves to live in full dignity. And the only way we build a society of love and justice is together. So come dream with us. Come pray with us and cry with us and dance with us. And come build with us. Help us usher in this new day. You bring me around. Baruch atah Adonai melech me'ulal b'tishbachot. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. I saw a really interesting study that I just want to share with you as we begin this morning. It was from a psychologist named Daniel Oppenheimer, and what he did was he asked high school teachers to reformat their handouts for their classes, and so what happened was half of the students got regular handouts, which were formatted in easy-to-read fonts like Helvetica and what's it called? Times New Roman. What's the one I like? There's one that I always use. I can't remember what it's called. What? No, Arial. Like these easy fonts. Half the handouts, though, were formatted in a harder-to-read font, and what they tracked was over the course of the semester how the students were learning, and at the end of the semester, the students were given the exams, and what they found was really surprising, which is the students who had the more difficult fonts on their handouts actually scored significantly better on their exams. And this was surprising for everybody, and they did a little bit of digging, and what they realized was that the difficult font forced the students to slow down and to pay closer attention. And when they did that, they were able to learn more. And I think that's so interesting as we sit here on this day, and this day that's supposed to give us access to like the deepest truths in ourselves, and we're holding a machzor, a book that might be largely unintelligible for many of us, right? I mean, even people who have a PhD in Hebrew literature and rabbis in the room and others, and even still the theology, the poetry of the Machzor is very, very hard. And I just want to invite us to keep this study in the back of our minds as we go through the day today. The fact that it's challenging, that it's not a Mary Oliver book of poetry to open our hearts this morning. It's the Machzor. I want us to see that as an invitation. Not every word is going to speak to your heart, but one word might. And the harder we work at that, at trying to find a point of access, the more meaningful it will be when we get there. And maybe we'll sprinkle a little Mary Oliver in every now and then too. So if you are with us at home, as I said last night, I know this is a very strange way to observe Yom Kippur. And there's also incredible beauty here too. So I am going to repeat my invitation that you not watch us, but join us, that you not listen to us, but you sing with us. And for all of us who are here today, we can't see if you're singing under your mask. So if someone's off key, we don't know who it is. But also we can't really see what's happening. So I'm just inviting you to move a little bit today, especially on a fast day. It's important to just be in our bodies and move around and feel the experience of being in this space. And by the end of the day today, I hope that we'll feel like those students did. The sense of accomplishment that when we really work hard at something, we're able to see just how much we've grown and learned. We're going to turn now to page 56.
Nodu l'Adonai ki tov, ki le'olam chasto. Hodu le'Elohei Elohim, ki le'olam chasto. Hodu l'Adonai Adonim, ki le'olam chasto. Lo seniflot tolot levado. לעושה השמיים בתבונה, כי לעולם חסדו. לרוקה הארץ המים, כי לעולם חסדו. לעושה אורים גדולים, כי לעולם חסדו. את השמש לממשלת ביום, כי לעולם ay 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 ay
Ashrei, and you can have a seat.
Ashrei Yoshvei Betecha Od Yehal Chazena Ashrei Yam Shekacha Lo Ashrei Yam She'Adonai ואנחנו נברך יה מעתה ועד עולם. הללויה, hallelujah. We continue on page 65, Oziv Zimat, yeah. Nozi v'zimrat ya. Nozi v'zimrat ya. Nozi v'zimrat ya. V'haleli Yeshua. Nozi v'zimrat ya. V'haleli
turn to page 69 and rise if you're able. This is where the Yom Kippur service really begins with that big word in the middle, HaMelech, sovereign.
האל בתעצומות עוזיך, הגדול בכבוד שמך, הגיבור לנצח, והנורא בנורותיך. Shemo v'chatuv ranenu tzadikim v'adonai Laisharim navateila v'fi yesharim titromam uvedivrei tzadikim titbarachai uvilshon chasidim titkadash uv'kerev kedashim tithalal uv'magalot rivevot u'mchabed Yisrael Shekein globat kol ha'yitzurim lefanach le'avotenu lehoder le'alel le'shabech le'foer le'ramim le'ader le'barech le'alei u'le'kalei sal kol divrei shirot v'tishbachot David ben Yishai עבדך משיחך ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו ברכות הודעות מעתה ועד עולם ברוך אתה אדוני אל מלך גדול ותשבחות אל ההודעות אדון הנפלאות הבוחר בשירי זמרה מלך אלכי העולמים
Amen. We turn to Baruch Hu on page 71.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Avodah Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Potech lanu Oize shalom uret hakol or olam Yotzar chaim orot meofel Amar vayehi El Baruch Gedol Deyah Ichinu Fazarecha Tov Yatzar Kavod Lishmo Meorot Natan Tzevivot Ozah Pinot Zevav Kedosh Romer Meshadai
Page 75, and in the middle we'll recite Kadosh, 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 holy, holy, holy on this holiest of days.
Titbarach tzurenu malkeinu v'goaleinu. Kulam kecharonim v'yomim be'ra. Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzevaot melech ha'aretz. Kevodo v'yopanim v'chayot ha'kodesh. V'rash gadol mitnasim limat serapim liumatam meshavchim v'yomrim.
Baruch kavod Adonai mimkomo.
Baruch kavod Adonai mimkomo le'el baruch nimotiteinu. Or chadash al Zion ta'ir v'nizkeh kulanu me'era le'oro. Nor chadash al Zion ta'ir v'nizkeh kulanu me'era le'oro. Baruch atah Adonai Yotzer HaMeorot Navaraba Avtanu Adonai Eloheinu. Baruch atah Adonai abocher be'amo Yisrael ve'yama.
Good Yantif. In a typical morning service, we'd sing the Shema out loud and then whisper the next 6 words, the Baruch Shem Kavod. But on Yom Kippur, and only on Yom Kippur, we sing the Baruch Shem Kavod out loud. And there's a lovely midrash from the Talmud that sheds light on this matter. The rabbis picture the patriarch Jacob on his deathbed. His children have come to his side, and Jacob is gathering the strength to bless each one of them. But instantly, He's seized by deep worry. What if I failed to teach them what they need to know? Have I told them enough about God? Will they follow in my footsteps? In unison, the children sing out, Shema Yisrael, listen, Israel, using Jacob's other name. Adonai is our God, Adonai is one. Jacob took a deep breath. A great calm came over his body. He responded, Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed. Blessed be the name of the one whose glorious sovereignty is forever. In other words, the next generation will be okay. God and this rich tradition of ours will continue to find expression once I'm gone. Like Jacob in this moment, we tend to spend a lot of time and energy worrying about Jewish continuity, what the next generation will know or do compared to what we're doing. And there is a time and place for that concern, but today, can we try a different melody? Can we sing out with the full voice that the kids are all right? The Judaism they practice, they live, it might not look identical to our own, but that's actually a good thing. The core messages we've taught them have been received, and now with creativity and love and authenticity, Judaism will evolve once again. And that's a blessing worth celebrating. Page 77, we turn to the Shema, sing it out.
Shema. Shema. ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור, דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת להם בשנת הציץ. אדוני אלוהיכם אמת
We're about to go into the Amidah. Just a word of kavanah for you, a word of intention as we prepare to go in. During this time of pandemic, I started to run every day. A little run. It's a little baby run. It's like 1.5 miles, but for me, that's a big deal, and it took a while to get there. But we just do a simple run, and it's the same path every single morning, and we just go out there and do it. The other day, David and I took a walk on the same path that we run on, and it was kind of a mind-blowing experience for me. Because several of the houses on the run, this little mini 1.5 mile run, were completely unrecognizable to me. And I remarked that if someone took a snapshot of this house and showed it to me and asked me, where is this house? I would say, like, I don't know, Louisiana, North Carolina. Like, I have no idea that house is on my street just a few blocks away from me. Maybe it's because we were going slowly. Maybe it's because it was in the afternoon, late afternoon. The sun was hitting at a different angle. I was completely astonished by this experience because I'm a pretty attentive human and I pay attention to my surroundings. I try. In the vidui that we're going to say in this Amidah and that we'll continue to say over and over again throughout the course of the day, one of the things that we say is Al chet shechatanu bivli da'at, for the sin that I sinned against you without even knowing. And I want to just lift up a Torah that I heard from Rabbi Block, who's actually the head of school here at Shalhevet, earlier this week that I thought was really beautiful and worth sharing. So the question is, like, what do you mean for the sin that I committed against you without knowing? It's not okay to just ask for kind of blanket forgiveness, like anything I did that I may or may not know about. You guys might have friends that send you that note every year before Yom Kippur. We do. I'm sorry if for anything I may or may not have done to you. And like, that's not forgiveness. That's not how tshuva works. You have to take responsibility. You have to do the work and figure out where you made the mistake, and then make your tshuva. And what Rabbi Block said that I love so much is that actually, it's not that I didn't know about it. What I'm saying is, for the sin that I sinned without awareness, because of my lack of awareness, because I wasn't paying attention enough, we walk around the world without really being aware of what's going on around us, of the houses on the in-between streets. We don't take that in. And if we're doing that with architecture, imagine what we're doing with humans. So I just want to invite us, as we go into the Amidah, to take this day a little bit slowly, to slow down enough to become aware, where normally we would just run through something, to just take the time to really think about that relationship that went wrong. Like, really, what actually happened? And in what way could I have contributed to that? What could I have done differently? And maybe to see it with the light of the sun at a slightly different angle, with all of us going at a slightly different pace. We'll continue to pace us out up here so that we get done by the time the sun goes down tonight. But for all of us, let's take the moment to just slow down and see what we might become aware of when we look at it in a slightly different way today. The Amidah actually begins on page 213, so we're going to skip ahead to page 213, and we'll have a few moments for silence after Mi Chamocha.
Shemot Tzevaot, Tzevaot, Shemot, Shemot. Shemot Tzevaot, Tzevaot, Shemot, Shemot. Go Aleinu Adonai, Tzevaot, Shemot. Go Aleinu Adonai, Tzevaot, Shemot, Shemot. Shemot Tzevaot, Tzevaot, Shemot, Shemot. Shemot Tzevaot, Tzevaot, Shemot, Shemot. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up, move, stand up for your right. Stand up. Don't give up the fight. 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 Sur Yisrael kuma bezrat Yisrael ufteichin mecha Yuda b'Yisrael go aleinu Adonai tzavot shemo kadosh Yisrael baruch atah Adonai. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Sarah Elohei Yizkor Elohei Rivka Elohei Yaakov Elohei Leah Elohei Rachel ay 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 el agadol hagibor lehanara el elyon mama gomel chasadim tovim vekonei hakol vezocher חסדי אבות ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו ויבוא לסעוד חכמים ונבונים ומילם נדעת נבינים אוהב תכפי בתפילה ובתחנונים לחלות ולכונן בני מלך מלכי מלכים ואדוני אדונים זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים מלך עוזר מושיע ומגן Baruch atah Adonai Magen Avraham Atah Gibor Leolam Adonai Mechayim et imatav leoshia moridatal Mechalkel Chaim bechesed Mechayim ברחמים רבים סומך נופלים ורפא חולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר ניחמוך ועל גבורו ומדום אלוה מלך מימית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה מי כמוך אב הרחמים זכר יצוריו לחיים ברחמים ונאמנת לחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני בחיי המתים ימלוך אדוני לעולם מלך ציון לדור ודור הללויה ואתה קדוש יושב תהילות ישראל אל נא
256.
וכן לך כל יכתירו ליל עורך דין, לבוא כן לבבות ביום דין, לגול עמוקות בדין. לדובר מישרים ביום דין, להוגד דעוס בדין. לוותיק ועושה חסד ביום דין, לזוכר בריתו בדין. לחומל מסף ביום דין, לטהר חוסר בדין. ליודע מחשבות ביום דין, לחובש כעסו בדין, ללובש לבדין. בנורא תפילות ביום דין, לסולח למוסף בדין. לצופה נסתרות ביום דין, לקוני עבדיו בדין, לרחם עמו ביום דין, לשומר אוהביו בדין, לתומי תמימה ביום דין.
We turn to the Kedusha on page 257.
ובכן לוחת לקדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח, נריצך ונקדישך כסוד שיח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש, ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא אל זה ואמר
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלך הארץ כבוד.
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלך כל הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם משרתיו שואלים זה לזה איה מקום כבודו לעומתם ברוך יאמרו
ברוך אדוני ממקום
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו ממקומו הוא יפן ברחמים ויכון עם יחד עם שמו ערב ובוקר בכל יום תמיד פעמיים ביבש שמע אומרים
ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד.
שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד. נו אלוהינו הוא אבינו הוא מלכנו הוא מושיענו והוא ישביענו ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי להיות לכם לאלוהים.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם. אדיר אדירנו אדוני אדוננו מדיר שמחו בכל הארץ והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור, ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש, לעולם ועד כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה.
Turn to page 263. You can take a seat.
אלוהינו ולבותינו, סלח לנו, מחל לנו, כפר לנו, כי אנו עמך, ואתה אלוהינו, אנו בניך, ואתה אבינו, אנו עבדיך, ואתה אדוננו, אנו קהלך, ואתה חלקנו, אנו נחלתך, ואתה גורלנו, אנו צאנך, ואתה רוענו, אנו כרמך, ואתה נוטרנו, אנו טיולתך, ואתה יוספנו, אנו רעייתך, ואתה דודנו, אנו סגולתך, ואתה קרובנו, אנו עמך, ואתה מלכנו, אנו מאמיניך, ואתה רחום וחנוננו קשי עורף ואתה דרך אפיים, אנו מלא עוון ואתה מלא רחמים, ננו ימינו כצל עובר, ואתה ושנותיך לא יתמו. אלוהינו לאבותינו תבוא לבניך, את תפילתנו ואל תתעלם מתחינתנו, שאין אנחנו עזי פנים וקשי עורף לומר לפניך, אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו, אבל אנחנו חטאנו.
If I asked you to guess how many times a day on average we check our phones, what would you guess? Well, I looked it up. On average, we check our phones 262 times a day. And I was interested in why we check our phones so often. And on Psychology Today, it says that we check our phones for relief from the world. Relief from our life, from our insecurities, and from our fears. And I know for me, sometimes I notice I reach for my phone when I'm feeling a sense of discomfort about my daily experience. Well, we can't avoid the discomfort in this moment. We're about to enter the vidui, or confession. And this, for many of us, can be one of the most challenging parts of the service. We are admitting our deepest faults, our flaws, and some we know, and every year when this comes up, we're waiting for it. And some surprise us and hit us, yet that fits me too. And we don't have our phones to distract us. This confession is staring at us on the paper, and unless you close our window online, you're stuck with this discomfort. However, I see that our tradition gives us the structure and helps us get through discomfort, both here and in other times as well. Because Our confession is in the first person plural. We, Ashamnu, Bagadnu, that ending is a hint. This is about us. We insult, we mock, we are unkind for the sin we committed against you. This confession as a collective reminds us that we're not alone in this discomfort. We don't need a distraction because we have people standing by our side, even if there isn't someone physically by your side in this moment. So we are at the top of page 264. We rise in whatever way you are able and lean on each other as we go into this discomfort, into the Vidui confession.
Ay, 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 ay. Ashamnu, bagadnu, gazalnu, dibarnu dofi. Ay, 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 Evinu, Veirshanu, Zadnu, Hamasnu, Kafalnu Sheker, ay, 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 Yatznu Ra, Kizavnu, Latnu, Maradnu, Niyatznu, Sararnu, Avinu, Pashanu, Sararnu, Kishinu Oreb, ay, 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 Rashanu, Shifanu, Diabnu, Tainu, Ikanu, ay, 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 Sarnu mizbutech mishbutech atovim velo shavelanu et atzadik al kol haba aleinu ki emet asita ve'anachnu hirshanu.
We go to 266.
Al chet shechatan levanecha b'nutzah v'ratzon ve'al chet shechatan levanecha v'imutzalem al chet shechatan levanecha Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'yitzera ra, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'yodim u'v'lo yodim, ve'al kulam Eloah selichot, selach lanu mechalanu, kapelanu. Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'chacha shuv v'chaza, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'chapat shochad. Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'einayim ramot, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'azut meitzah, ve'al kulam Eloah selichot, selach lanu mechalanu, kapelanu. Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'frikato, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'iflilut. על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימהון לבב, ועל כולם אלוהי סליחות, סלח לנו מחלנו, כפר לנו, ועל כולם אלוהי סליחות, סלח לנו מחלנו, סלח לנו מחלנו, כפר לנו.
You can have a seat. We continue on page 268. Okay, we're about to turn to a classic prayer, the Avinu Malkeinu prayer. We say it again and again throughout the high holidays. Avinu Malkeinu, I want to say today, is a radical prayer, or at least a potentially radical prayer. Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King. A couple of metaphors for God. We use a lot of metaphors for God over these days. We are your people, and you are our God, our parent, our master, our portion, our destiny, our shepherd. That's what we do. We play with metaphors. But the big metaphor of the high holidays is Melech, is king, ruler, sovereign, absolute, and powerful master of all. That's the big metaphor. That's the one we keep coming back to. Except that we keep coming back also to this prayer, which says, Avinu Malkeinu. God is parent and king. And those are very different images, right? The parent, after all, should be the loving caretaking, and the king is remote and inaccessible and all-powerful. And I've been reading the Kedushat Levi a lot this year, and early Hasidic master, and the Hasidic teachers were very interested in the difference between the God of judgment and the God of mercy, and the tension that we feel between those two images of God. Is God a God of judgment, or is God a God of mercy? And these holidays seem to suggest, well, we're confronting the God of judgment. But this prayer, as the Kedushat Levi reads it, is saying that the God that we think is the king, the ruler, the absolute sovereign, is actually our parent, is the God of mercy, is the God that loves us, the God that isn't standing in judgment and all-powerful rulership above us, but the God that cares for us and is going to forgive us no matter what. And incidentally, that same mapping we do on the two names of God, the one we pronounce Adonai and Elohim. And at the very end of all of this work, we will say again and again, Adonai hu Elohim, which is the same kind of statement, which is the God that we thought was the God that was judging us. It's actually the God that loves us and is ready to forgive us. So that's the kind of movement that we're heading into. I would say a radical movement that we're heading into on page 271 with Avinu Malkeinu.
אבינו מלכנו חטאנו לפניך, אבינו מלכנו אין לנו מלך אלא אתה. אבינו מלכנו עושים על למען שמך, אז מלכנו ודש לנו שנה טובה. אבינו מלכנו החזירני בתשובה שלמה לפניך, אבינו מלכנו שלח רפואה שלמה לחולי עמך, אבינו מלכנו זוכרני בזיכרון טוב לפניך, אבינו מלכנו כותבנו בספר חיים טובים, אבינו מלכנו כותבנו בספר גאולה וישועה, אבינו מלכנו כותבנו בספר פרנסה וכלכלה, אבינו מלכנו כותבנו בספר זכויות, אבינו מלכנו כותבנו בספר סליחה מחילה, אבינו מלכנו אסמך עלינו שוב וקרוב. אבינו מלכנו מלכנו עשה למען וישוב המים על קידוש שמך אבינו מלכנו עשה למענך ואם לא למעננו אבינו מלכנו חוננו ועננו אבינו מלכנו חוננו ועננו יהיה עמנו מעשים נעשה
Kaddish is on 272.
יקרא ויקרא שמי רבו, ועמד ברכרותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דרכו בית ישראל, בגלה בזמן קריב ואמרו. יהי שמי רב מבורך, לעולם ליום ויומיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרום ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשה, וכל אלה וטוב בכתב ושירתה, תושכתה בנחמתה, דמרן ביומה ואמרו. יתקבל סלטון ובטון לכל ישראל, קדם ובהון נשמע ואמרו. אמן יהי שלום רב משמיים וחי עליהם לכל ישראל ואמרו. אמן עושה שלום ירומם, ויעשה שלום. עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו.
Amen. We're going to turn to page 274 for our Torah service. You can remain seated.
אין כמוך באלוהים אדוני ואין כמעשיך מלכותך מלכות כל עמים וממשלתך בכל דורותיו אדוני מלך אדוני מלך אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן אדוני יברך את עמו בשלום היטיבה בצונך את ציון תבנה חומות ירושלים הימך לבד פתחנו מלך העולם ונישא אדונו עמי יאללה יאללה ויהי בנשו אהרון ויאמר משה קום אדוני ויפוצו אויביך, וינוסו זניך, מפניך, כי מציון תצא תורה ודברת מירושלים, שנתן תורה ויעמו ישראל בקדושתה, כי מציון תצא תורה נור דבר אדוני מירושלים, ברוך שנתן תורה ויעמו ישראל בקדושתה, Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum Echanun, Erech Apayim, Verav Chesed Ve'emet, Noseh Chesed La'aviv, Noseh Avon Va'fesha, V'chada V'nakeh, Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum Echanun, Erech Apayim, Verav Chesed Ve'emet, Noseh Chesed La'aviv, Noseh Avon Va'fesha, V'chada V'nakeh, Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum Echanun, Erech Apayim, Verav Chesed Ve'emet, Noseh Chesed La'aviv, Noseh Avon Va'fesha, V'chada V'nakeh, Avinu Malkeinu Adonai Shalom. יהיו רצונים לפי ויגון ליבי לפניך, אדוני צורי וגואלי, ואני תפילתי לך, אדוני, את רצון אלוהים ברוך חסדך, ענני, ענני, לימת אישך, ואני
page 276.
Shema
Similar to on Rosh Hashanah, we've modified our choreography for the Torah reading based on the advice of our medical task force. So instead of calling up 6 folks for separate aliyot and having lots of people in this area, we'll call up one aliyah, and then Rabbis Dvorah and Neil will chant the entirety of today's reading. This past Sunday, when we gathered for Tashlich at the beach, there was this great moment when Rabbi Kasher was explaining the symbolism of the ritual, and he said, do we really believe that we can throw our sins into the water? Is that really our theology? And a surprising number of people responded, yeah. So those folks are going to love today's Torah reading, because we've got all the ingredients of Tashlich plus goats. Goats, yeah, you heard me, goats. Not bad, and importantly, even for those of us who don't believe that we can literally transfer our sins onto a rock or onto a goat, our Torah reading offers us insights about how we today can relate to our mistakes. So let me take a step back. Yom Kippur in the Torah looked much different than it does today. The central drama of the day took place in the tabernacle, and it involved the high priest performing a series of rituals meant to atone for the sins of the entire community. 2 goats were selected. The first was sacrificed as an offering to God. The high priest then laid his hands on the head of the second goat and confessed all of the community's sins and transgressions, an act of transference. So what happens to this goat who's been fully loaded with our sins? It's not so clear, in part because the Torah gives multiple answers. It's taken to an inaccessible region, or the wilderness, or to Azazel, whatever or wherever that is. And with textual ambiguity comes lots of rabbis and lots of differing opinions. So I'd like to present 2 ideas about what happens to this goat. But keep in mind, what we're really asking is what kind of distance can we create between ourselves and our mistakes? The first answer offered by the rabbis of the Mishnah is that the goat is actually pushed off of a cliff. It's killed, and with it, all of our sins are eliminated. In this theory, the goat, and therefore past transgressions, cannot someday return or show up in our lives. The past is buried, and our records are clean. The second answer, offered by the Nitziv, a 19th century rabbi, is that the goat is released into the wilderness alive. But where it goes next is ultimately up to us. He writes, if the generation is worthy, the goat goes to a desolate land. But if the generation is not worthy, the opposite happens, and the goat strengthens itself and remains nearby. Meaning, if we choose to live righteously, making better decisions the next time, the shameful part of our past remains at a distance, unfed, desolate. It's still there, but maybe not permanently. How long can a goat survive in a desolate landscape? But if we fail to grow from our mistakes, the destructive aspects of ourselves are strengthened and are always threatening to return to our midst. So much of Yom Kippur, both the biblical and modern iterations, is about owning where we've gone astray. And no ritual replaces the hard work of repairing the relationships we've harmed. And yet these rituals, Tashlich, the goat, they remind us that we aren't defined by the mistakes we've made. There are ways to distance who we once were from who we're trying to become. And when we do that, the goats won't return. Our Torah reading is found on page 278.
ויעזור ויגן ושור לכל החוסים בו ונאמר אמן. הכל וגדל עלינו כבוד לתורה. נא לעמוד רחל בנינה. בננדל בת דבורה. ואיתן בן רחב אברהם לליה הראשונה, ברוך שנתן תורה למועצת קדושתו, ואתם מדביקים באדוני אלוהיכם, חיים כולכם היום. ברוך אדוני מברך לעולם ועד.
ברוך אדוני מברך לעולם ועד. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai, noten haTorah.
Amen.
וידבר אדוני אל משה אחרי מות שני בני אהרון, בקרבתם לפני אדוני וימותו. ויאמר אדוני אל משה, דבר אל אהרון אחיך, ויבוא בכל עת אל הקודש מבית לפרוכת, אל פני הכפורת, אשר על אהרון ולא ימות, כי בענן יראה אל הכפורת. בזאת יבוא אהרון אל הקודש, בפר בן בקר לחטאת ואיל לעולה, תונת בת קודש אל בש, ומכנסי בד יהיו על בשרו, ובאבנית בד יחקור ומצנחת בד יצנוע, בגדי קודש הם ורחץ במים, את בשרו ולבשם, ומאת הדת בני ישראל ייקח שני סירי עזים לחטאת, ואיל אחד לעולה, והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בדו ועד ביתו, ולקח את שני הסירים, והעמיד אותם לפני אדוני פתח המועד, ונתן אהרון על שני הסירים גורלות, גורל אחד לאדוני וגורל אחד לעזאזל. והקריב אהרון את השעיר אשר עלה עליו, הגורל לאדוני ועשהו חטאת, והשעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לעזאזל יעמוד חי לפני אדוני לכפר עליו, לשלח אותו לעזאזל המדברה. והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בעדו ועד ביתו, ושחט את פר החטאת אשר לו, ולקח מלוא המחתה, גחלי אש מעל המזבח מלפני אדוני, ומלוא חופניו תורת סמים דקה, והביא מבית לפרוכת, ונתן את הקטורת על האש לפני אדוני, וכיסה הקטורת את הכפורת אשר על העדות ולא ימות. ולקח מדם הפר ויזע באצבעו על פני הכפורת קדמה, ולפני הכפורת יעשה 7 פעמים מן הדם באצבעו, ושחט את שעיר החטאת אשר להם, והביא את דמו מבית לפרוכת, ועשה את דמו כאשר עשה לדם הפר, וישא אותו ככפורת ולפני הכפורת, וכיפר על הקודש מטומאות בני ישראל ומפשעיהם לכל חטאותם, וכן יעשה לאוהל מועד השוכן איתם בתוך טומאותם, וכל אדם לא יהיה באוהל מועד בבוא לכפר בקודש על צאתו, וכיפר בעדו ועד ביתו ובעד כל קהל ישראל.
ויצא אל המזבח אשר לפני אדוני וכיפר עליו, ולקח מדם הפר ומדם השעיר, ונתן על קרנות המזבח סביב,
ויזע עליו מן הדם באצבעו 7 פעמים, ותיארו וקידשו מטומאות בני ישראל, וכילה מכפר אל הקודש, ואת אוהל מועד, ואת המזבח, והקריב את השעיר החי, ושמח אהרון את 2 ידיו על ראש השעיר החי, והתוודה עליו את כל עוונות בני ישראל, ואת כל פשעיהם לכל חטאותם, ונתן אותם על ראש השעיר, ושילח ביד איש איתי המדברה, ונשא השעיר עליו את כל עוונותם אל ארץ גזירה, ושילח את השעיר במדבר. ובא אהרון אל אוהל מועד, ופשט את בגדי הבד אשר לבש בבואו אל הקודש, וניחם שם. ורחץ את בשרו במים במקום קדוש, ולבש את בגדיו, ויצא, ועשה רולתו ורולת העם, וכיפר בעדו וביד העם. ויית חלב החטאת יקטיר המזבחה, והמשלח את השעיר לעזאזל יכבס בגדיו, ורחץ את בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה. ויית פר החטאת, ויית סיר החטאת, אשר הובא את דמם לכפר בקודש, יוציא מחוץ למחנה, ושרפו באש את אורותם ואת בשרם ואת פרשם, והשורף אותם יכבס בגדיו, ורחץ את בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה. והייתה לכם לחוקת עולם בחודש השביעי, בעשור לחודש תענדו את נפשותיכם, וכל מלאכה לא תעשו, האזרח והגר הגר בתוככם. כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם, לפני אדוני תטהרו. שבת שבתון היא לכם, וניתם את נפשותיכם חוקת עולם. וכיפר הכהן אשר ימשך אותו, ואשר ימלא את ידו לכהן תחת אביו, ולבש את בגדי הבד, בגדי הקודש, וכיפר את מקדש הקודש, ואת אוהל מועד, ואת המזבח יכפר, ועל הכהנים, ועל כל עם הקהל יכפר. והייתה זאת לכם לחוקת עולם, לכפר על בני ישראל מכל חטאותם אחת בשנה, ויעש כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת, וחיי עולם נתן בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen, amen. Yasher koach, and thank you to Rabbis Neil and Devorah. And by the way, if you're looking for a little extra inspiration after Yom Kippur, you have to hear Rabbi Dr. Devorah Weisberg's sermon from this past Shabbat, Shabbat Shuvah. Thank you both for reading so beautifully. We have honored with our one representative Aliyah today, our board chair and former board chair, Ethan Goldstein and Rachel Warrench. You take this honor on behalf of the whole board, past and present, a number of whom are in the room, and many of whom are watching from home and out in the tent. Hello to all of you. I want to mention the names of all of our board members, and if you're sitting near one, just give them a little yasher koach. These are folks who are working hard every single day behind the scenes in order to support our team, to push forward our vision, and to help us really become who we're called to be in the world. Working with Ethan now on the executive committee is Mo Langer, who is our vice chair currently. I want to mention Karim Abai, Lauren Applebaum, Eric Beckman, Lauren Buckman, Steve Burns. If you're here, actually, will you just stand when I say your name? Because I know Steve is here. And also there we go. Okay. Steve Burns, Austin Douglas, Yoni Fife, Lisa Friedman, Marissa G., Tzivia Schwartz-Getzik, Sarah Goldfinger, Eric Green, Karen Hogan, Daniel Inlander, Todd Kessler, Fred Kramer, Eric Kranzler, Zachary Leiner, Mo Langer, Sophie McNally, Adam Miller, Jeremy Rosenthal, Michelle Rosenthal, Rachel Sumek, Rachel Warren, Allie Weinstein, who you heard from last night, Jenny Weston Newman, and Ian Weiner. Let's just take a moment. Hi, friends. Welcome. Hiding behind those masks, but I see you. So I want to bless you all. I really, Melissa and I frequently talk about how very blessed and fortunate we feel to be able to work with this incredible team of lay leaders. The endless hours, the incredible dedication, and the great love that you have shared, generosity of time and resources and wisdom with our community is something that I will hold for the rest of my life with gratitude. I ask God to protect you and to protect your families, to keep you healthy and safe in this time, to keep you hopeful, to keep you flexible and adaptable in these very strange times that are calling on us to be fluid when we have a way that we like to do things, but sometimes that way is not the only way. Thank you for being pliant like a reed and not hard like a cedar, as our Talmud says, and for helping us stay the same. I pray that this year you find moments of levity, moments of relief, moments of great love. I pray that you continue to find beauty every single day wherever you are. And I thank you for reminding us, even in the hard times, how fun the work can be and how meaningful the work can be when you're doing it with people you love. We are so very grateful. Thank you for helping us manifest our very best intentions and our shared values every single day. May it be a year of peace for all of you. Thank you all. It is, thank you. I have one more thing after. Go ahead. It's Lirit's birthday, which is something important that I just wanted to lift up. Ethan's daughter, Lirit, and so we wanted to send our love and blessings to Lirit, who happens to share a birthday with Rabbi Kayla LaBelle, who is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. But that means there's something auspicious about this day. May she continue to shine with the goodness and the love that she does. And Ethan will share a word.
Yeah. Not only is it her birthday, it's her 13th birthday, poor kid. Thank you, Rabbi Brass. Those of you who have been here before know this is not how the board aliyah is supposed to be. It's supposed to be more than 25 of us hugging and jostling to fit on the small bima, maybe even chatting a little bit, but the fact that you're not all here is not going to stop me from honoring you. I want to say how grateful I am to each and every one of you for your leadership, your generosity, your wisdom, your friendship, and everything you do to help make IKAR a stronger place. I particularly want to thank my two partners in leadership, the former board chair, Rachel Warren, who with her wisdom and innovation showed me what it means to be a board chair and how to do this job, and Mo Langer, our current board vice chair, who is smart and creative and an absolute pleasure to work with. So I am so grateful. Thank you to all of you. Gamar Chatima Tova.
Gamar Tov. I also just learned that it's also Gabby Romero's birthday today, so that just reinforces my sense that this is a good day and may it be a time of blessing for all. We're going to say a Misha Berach now. Let me come on this side. So we're going to offer a prayer for healing, and we're going to do this a little bit differently, like everything else this year, than we usually do to keep people safe. I want to ask that whether you're here or you're outside in the tent, and we're going to have a couple rabbis go outside to the tent and some healers to make their way around. Our medical task force has advised us not to go to each person directly, but rather to sort of stand before a section, and we'll make eye contact, and you can say the name out loud of the person or the people that you're holding in your heart today in the hopes that they find healing of body and spirit. As I said last night, we want to come over and give you all hugs and have that contact, but we're just not willing to jeopardize people's safety and health. So we're going to do it this way. We will try it, and we invite you to please rise in whatever way you're comfortable. If you have somebody whose name you want to offer, if you are seated and you want us to see you, also please just make a motion so that we know to come over to you as well. Misha Berach, Avatinu Avram Yitzchak v'Yaakov, Sarah Rivka Leah v'Rachel Yivrach v'Yirapeh et HaCholim. לחזיקם על רבותם וישלח להם מהרה רפואה שלמה לכל עריהם וגידהם בתוך שאר חולי ישראל רפואת הנפש ורפואת הגוף יום טוב ומליסוק ורפואה קרבה לו ועכשיו בזמן קריב ונאמר amen. I know there's so much heartache in this room, just holding you all with love as we hold our loved ones in hopes that they find strength of healing of body and spirit. And I ask you to please rise as we lift the Sefer Torah. Nalamod hamagviyah
וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום שנתן תורה לעמו ישראל ברוך המקום ברוך המקום ברוך המקום ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך הוא ברוך המקום ברוך המקום
Okay, you can have a seat. Here's a question for you. Do you think that the prophet Isaiah fasted on Yom Kippur? You think so? Because there's a famous Haftarah, the famous reading from the prophet Isaiah, this Yom Kippur, on Yom Kippur, and the famous line in this Haftarah, the reason really that it seems to have been chosen, is on page 285, and verse 5 there, chapter 58 of Isaiah, when he says, Halazeh tikratzon, you call this a fast? Is such the fast I desire a day for people to starve their bodies? Is it bowing the head like a bulrush and lying in sackcloth and ashes? Do you call that a fast? Halazeh tikratzon? No, he says. No. Verses 6 and 7. No, this is the fast I desire. To unlock the fetters of wickedness and untie the cords of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free, to break off every yoke. It is to share your bread with the hungry and to take the wretched poor into your home. When you see the naked, to clothe them, and do not ignore your own flesh. Okay, so that's why this Haftarah is chosen. And if you ask me, it sounds like he's saying fasting is stupid. Fasting is useless. Share your bread with the hungry. You're eating bread on the fast. That's the fast. So Isaiah seems to have no patience for religious piety, for religious ritual altogether. What he wants is action. What he wants is justice. So did Isaiah fast on Yom Kippur? And if this is here, are we supposed to be? What are we doing here? Let's go out and unlock the fetters of wickedness. Well, I think he did. I think he did fast on Yom Kippur. And part of the reason that I think he did is just in the language itself. He doesn't say don't fast, after all. He says, this is the fast that I desire. When you fast, fast like this. Don't get rid of the fast, but fast like this. So part of it is the language, but I want to offer just one more proof for Isaiah's fasting, which is if you turn the page, Haftarah goes on for a while. The last couple of lines in the Haftarah suddenly move to Shabbat. Verse 13, if you refrain from trampling Shabbat, from pursuing your affairs on my holy day, if you call Shabbat a delight, Adonai's holy day honored, and if you honor it, and go not your ways, nor look to your affairs, nor strike bargains. Okay, so don't work on Shabbat. Keep Shabbat. And remember, Yom Kippur is technically a Shabbat. They could have cut the Haftarah off a little sooner, but I think these lines are there to tell us, no, Isaiah cared a great deal about the holidays, about Shabbat, about all of the rituals. He cared about them. He said, don't violate them, don't trample on them, don't do your own things, keep my Shabbat and keep Yom Kippur. And if you do that, what is the Shabbat going to feel like to you? From this Haftarah, we get the famous language of Shabbat as oneg. It'll be a pleasure. It'll be a delight. If you keep my Shabbat, it'll be a delight. It won't feel like a burden. It'll feel like a pleasure. And I think that's also what Isaiah is saying about Yom Kippur and about the tzom, about the fast. That you should fast, but fast not as a burden, but as a kind of spiritual elevation, as a cultivation of consciousness. We fast in order to remember that others are hungry. We fast in order to cultivate consciousness, and really, that's what all of the mitzvot are for. Isaiah is not railing against fasting, he's railing against the rote performance of ritual. He wants us to fast. He wants us to fast because if we fast right, it should tune us into all of the suffering of the world. So I think Isaiah did fast. And I think he wanted us to fast. And so we're still here. We're still going through the rituals. We're still davening. We're still fasting. But we're fasting today so that tomorrow we can unlock the fetters of wickedness. We fast today so that tomorrow we can change the world. The Haftarah is on page 284. Rabbi David Sego will read it for us.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nvi'im tovim v'ratza b'divreihem hanemarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai abocher b'torah Moshe avdo Yisrael amo b'nvi'ei haemet v'tzedek. 285. Kra begaron al tachsoch kashofar harem kolecha ve'aged le'ami pisham uved Yaakov chatotam ve'oti yom yom yidroshun ve'da'at dracha yichpatzun kegoy asher tzedaka asa u'mishpat Elohav lo azav yishalunu mishpatei tzedek yirvat Elohim yichpatzun lama tzamnu ve'lo ra'ita aninu nafsheinu ve'lo teda hen beyom tzomchem timtzeu chefetz v'cho atzvechem tingosu hen l'riv u'matzah tatzumu ulakod begrof resha lo tatzumu chayom lashmiya b'mamrom kochem hachazeh yetzom evcharehu yom anot adam nafsho halachof ke'agmon rosho v'sak va'efer yatzia halazeh tikratzon v'yom ratzon l'Adonai halozeh tzom evcharehu pateach chartzubot resha hater agudot mota v'shalach retzutzim chofshim v'chol mota tenateku halo faros laraev lachmecha v'ani merudim tavivayit kitire aron v'chisito umibsarcha lo titala mazibaka kashachar orecha v'aruchatcha merat titzmach v'alach lefanecha tzidkecha kevod Adonai yasfecha אז תקרא אדוני יענה תשבע ויאמר הנני אם תסיר מתוכך מותה שלח אצבע ודבר אבן ותפק לרעב נפשך בנפש נענה תשביע וזרח בחושך אורך ואפלתך כצהריים. 287. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam tzur kol halamin tzadik bechol hadorot halaneman omer ve'oseh amdaber umkayem shekol dvarav emet v'tzedek neman atahu Adonai Eloheinu v'nemanim dvarecha v'davar echad midvarecha chor lo yeshuv rekam ki omelech neman v'rachaman atah Baruch atah Adonai halaneman bechol dvarav rachem al tzion ki beit chayenu v'laluva nefesh toshia b'merav yameinu Baruch atah Adonai mesamech tzion bevaneha Samcheinu Adonai Eloheinu b'le'av anavi avdecha v'machu b'David meshichecha b'meira yavo ve'agel libeinu ve'al kiso lo yeshev zar ve'lo yinchalu od acherim ekvodo ki b'shem kodshecha nishbata lo shelo yichvei ro l'olam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai Magen David al Torah ve'al Avodah ve'al Nevi'im ve'yom HaKippurim hazeh shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu l'mechila ve'lislicha u'chapara u'chavod u'tifaret al hakol Adonai Eloheinu nachnu modim lach u'marchim otach יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד, ודברך אמת וקיים לעד. ברוך אתה אדוני, מלך מלכי וסולח לעבודתנו ולעוונו עמו בישראל, ומעביר אשמתנו בכל שנה ושנה, מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל ביום הכיפורים.
Turn to page 296 for Yahalelu. The Torah is put away. I invite you to please rise.
Hallelujah, Shem Adonai, Ki nishgav Shemo, Levado, Odo al eretz v'shamayim, vayarem terei amo, ve'ilal lechol chasida v'ibnei Yisrael, am terovo, hallelujah. Israel. Es Chaim Lama Chazikim Ba Etomchea Meushan Derafeha Darfeha Bechol Netivotea Shalom Nashivenu Adonai Elecha v'nashova Hadesh Yameinu Hadesh Yameinu Kekerem.
All right, you can have a seat. And I am very honored and thrilled to invite the Gross Wu family to please come up and share a few words with us this morning. Morning.
Shana Tova. I'm Yoon, and we feel blessed to be here today in this community that helps sustain us, especially this past year and a half. And special shout out to Hillel for those early Shabbat Unplugged live streams too. Sheva and I were the first in our families to marry outside of our faith and race. And we wanted to raise our children to feel a sense of pride and belonging as both Koreans and Jews. But what would that look like? In what congregation would we find a home? I could get with the rituals, the friendship, the food, but the organized part of religion was tough for me. I was raised in a Korean Presbyterian home, the child of church elders, Bible study, choir, the whole shebang. I loved how my family's church community showed up for one another, but otherwise, my experience of religion was based in fear, obedience, and dogma. I didn't feel I was really seen or listened to. When we came to IKAR, I felt the familiar warmth of a genuine community, and was moved by the music and passion for justice. But I was hesitant. I felt like an outsider, singing in a language I didn't understand. I was aghast that people would get up in the middle of services to just schmooze or get coffee, which I've since learned are holy activities.
I tried to tell him. I'm Sheva. I had my own reasons for feeling uncomfortable. My experience of Judaism was so fractured, even though also rich, full of rich traditions. My mother's Italian family was Orthodox, and we could never get it right for them. My father's family were atheists, intellectuals, dedicated to social justice, but down on organized religion. And my home reflected that divide. How could a family so broken belong to, don't touch, I'm gonna cry again, belong to any real community? And now, as a mixed family, it was all too easy to feel different, not a part of. And for years, we stuck to the margins. On Flora's first Shabbat of Limudim, Rabbi Braus invited all the new families up for an aliyah. Tracy Kalite extended her talit around me and whispered, "Look around, we'll all be raising our kids together." I see now she was right. Here we go. We found in IKAR a place for our children to grow. They'll tell you in a moment. But I want you to know we found a place for us, too.
IKAR stretched us, invited us to bring our whole selves, our joys, our families, our brokenness, and challenged us to open our hearts, really connect to this community, and take action in the world.
Hi, I'm Flora, and I'm 14. I loved Limudim right away. I remember being so excited when I was finally old enough to go twice a week. I would save my favorite green button-up so I could wear it every single week and impress my classmates with my amazing style. One day in class, Rabbi Kayla asked us to share the countries that our families were from. I realized that I was the only person in our class with family from outside of Europe. I was the only person of color in our grade. And that made me feel really isolated. Although we'd been learning so much about diversity, social justice, and racism all this time, I wasn't seeing that diversity reflected in our membership. As I prepared for my bat mitzvah, I got so much support from our IKAR community to connect my Korean and Jewish sides, literally. Wendy Light sewed my Korean Jewish talit, and I got to show my grandfather my hadabuji, one of his favorite passages in the Torah scroll. And I found in the Torah a way to give voice to the identity struggle I was having, thanks to the guidance of our incredible rabbis. It's especially powerful to have such strong women in leadership at IKAR. I mean, seriously, how do you give such good sermons and then also be able to sing and harmonize and also not outfit repeat every single Saturday? You're my role models. More and more, I find myself using what I learned in IKAR in other communities I'm a part of. Last spring, my school district dropped Yom Kippur from the school calendar to make a 4-day weekend. I was enraged, so I channeled my IKAR vibes and gave a speech at the school board meeting, and they ultimately reversed their decision. I got to see that if you say something and when you care so deeply, change can happen. Change will happen. IKAR shows me that.
Hi, I'm Talia and I'm 12. I've always felt a part of the IKAR community. I especially love Ne'ilah with its glow lights and amazing music. When I was little, I'd always get lost during the light parade, but I wasn't scared because I knew that in this sea of people, someone would help me. And Limudim was a place where I was encouraged to share my opinion and engage in serious discussions, and where I made many close friends. So going to Jewish camp was a no-brainer. I loved making friends, having Shabbat, and deep discussions, just like at IKAR. But the summer of 2020, I became frustrated with our camp's conversations about race. I realized I needed to be around more Jews of different ethnic backgrounds. IKAR has taught me to not just be silent and hope or wait for change. So we found a multiracial Jewish camp called B'chol Lashon, where I went this summer. Although it was only a week, I left camp feeling like I had known these people forever. We connected as Jewish kids of color, and also as kids who have been locked at home with their parents for a year. And I'm excited to bring that experience back to IKAR, where I see over and over that my experience and opinion matter. Earlier this year, my sister and I were invited to join IKAR's Racial Justice and Inclusion Committee. A part of me was like, oh my God, they want me, an 11-year-old, to help make decisions for the community? And the other part of me was like, yeah, because this is IKAR, where they listen to you and they want you to speak up.
When a mass shooting killed 6 Asian Americans in Atlanta in March, our rabbis were the first ones, non-Asians, to call us that morning. and ask how we were doing and what response would make sense as a community. I cannot express how much that meant to us, especially as our daughters doing Zoom school in the other room are feeling so much grief and outrage and invisibility, and we're having to choose between enduring or calling out their teachers' silence about the events.
IKAR let us know we were seen, cared for, and listened to.
Like we have a place at the table.
And it's a really big table.
IKAR stretches us as people to be part of this community.
To use our voices.
To speak up even when it's hard.
And IKAR even allows us to stretch IKAR.
That's why we're here. And that's why we give. We stretch our wallets. And we hope you will too. Please, please join us. Marto.
Can you hear me? There you go. Sound okay? I think you can see why we love this family so much. Thank you for your beautiful words. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for continuing to push us to live into our aspirations. Flora, what you said about looking around the room that day and realizing that you were the only person of color in your Limudim classroom is something that we take so seriously and something that we've thought so much about over these years. And really working with this racial justice and inclusion group at IKAR, which is made up of many of the people of color who are part of our board and part of the community, we've talked a lot about visibility and about what it means to be a Jewish community that's really communicating from the most sincere and open place that we have not only open doors, but we have a lot to learn in this place. And I just thank you for stepping up, for opening your mouth and sharing your voice and continuing to push us and to challenge us every day to live into those values. And I know that this place now feels like a better and safer place than it did even a few years ago. And it's in no small part because you and others around you have continued to push and utz and challenge in exactly the very best way that you can. So I thank you so much. And to everyone in our community, I do think it's really important to know about the work of the Racial Justice and Inclusion Group. This grew about 5 or 6 years ago out of conversations that we were having where we recognized that as much work as IKAR community members were doing and our clergy were doing in the racial justice work out in the world, it really meant nothing if it didn't translate into the way that our community looked and felt on the inside. And that meant everything from board leadership to other pipelines of leadership in the community, to a kind of thoughtfulness that goes into every one of our programs, that goes into budgeting, that goes into really all aspects of the community. So I'm really grateful to all of those who've stepped up, and we know that there's much more work to do, but we thank you. Now to the fundraising question, I'm first clarifying what I needed to clarify at the end of services last night, in case any of you didn't hear me. We actually raised close to $1 million on Yom Kippur. Maybe you think it's a funny time to raise money. I've been through many cycles of thinking it is the worst thing and thinking it's really the best thing. In this time at the beginning of the year, we really raised the funds that we need in order to have the budget to do the work that touches and affects so many people's lives. And even the people who are only here on this one day of the year, on Yom Kippur, this couldn't happen last night and tonight if it weren't for the fact that we have this really beautiful, vital community that's running all year long. Thankfully, we've already raised about 2/3 last night of what we need. So that's really great. And thank you to all of you who've stepped up. We still need to raise about another $300,000. So I'm inviting you, if you have not yet made a contribution, please do so. You know we're immensely grateful. We will spend that money responsibly and ethically and carefully, and we will only use it to bring good into the world. So you have in your e-cards, you have little pledge cards. Please take it out, put a sticker on it, and we'll collect them. Some board members will go around afterwards and collect. Are you hearing my voice echo, by the way? Is it doubling? No? Okay, just for me. Maybe it's the fast. I'm going to blame all kinds of things on the fast today. So we will have people come and collect the cards afterwards. We thank you for your generosity. I know that many people are not able to give at all during this time, and so we're especially grateful to the people who are able to step up. Okay. If you don't like this sermon, I'm also going to blame this on the fast, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. How's everyone doing? You okay? All right, do you want to give a stretch before we start? Let's do a big, you can stand up and stretch. Yeah, that feels good. We should do that more often. All right. Well, back in the spring, when we were still deep in our cocoons, I read about an exhibit that was being held at the MoMA called Making Time, Art in the Age of Mass Incarceration. And it was exploring creativity in confinement. It featured works that came from incarcerated artists who, with limited material, with limited space, with limited freedom, somehow were able to create incredibly beautiful art. And reviewing the exhibit, Leslie Jameson wrote in The Atlantic that this work testifies to the stirring possibilities of generative constraint. That's a phrase that I have kept in my head over the course of these past many months, the stirring possibilities of generative constraint. And it made me wonder when I read that, what new audacious imaginings about our lives, about this country, about the world could emerge from all of the pain and all of the constriction of our time. In the dizzying cacophony of this time that we're living in, I feel compelled today to lift up one daring, dangerous, counterintuitive idea. The idea that we belong to each other. That we belong to each other. This is not a new idea, of course. In fact, people have been struggling with this idea for thousands of years. But on this Yom Kippur, what I want to do is ask you to take a journey with me deep into our collective past, so that we can try to reclaim some of the ancient wisdom of our tradition in order to learn how to better navigate what we are called to do and who we are called to be in this extraordinary time that we're all living through right now. So this is going to be a journey. Are you ready? This journey starts with a murder mystery that takes place in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21. This is the story of a corpse that is found out in the wilderness. A man has been killed, but nobody knows under what circumstances. Nobody even knows who this man is, so no next of kin can be called, no arrests can be made. It is a mystery. And in another text, in another time, this would just be an invisible loss. This would be a John Doe that is held at the morgue for the requisite amount of time until he's eventually buried in an unmarked grave. But for the Israelites, this corpse, this single anonymous death presents a profound moral crisis, because this passage appears near the end of the book of Deuteronomy. The Israelite people were enslaved for hundreds of years. And then they walked another 40 years on that long road to freedom. And they are finally now poised to enter the promised land. And when they get there, to build a society that will stand in counter-testimony to the barbarism and to the brutality that they experienced in Egypt. A society worthy of the descendants of enslaved people. A society that will be rooted in human dignity and in equal justice. And in such a society, people don't just die faceless and nameless out in the wilderness. Nobody's responsible. In such a world as the one that we will be called to build, somebody must be responsible. And so when this corpse is found, no less than the justices of the high court, the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem, will come down. They will take out their measuring sticks and they will calculate the distance from the dead body to each of the surrounding towns in the wilderness. And then the political and religious leadership from that town that's closest to the body will then be called into the rugged, untamed wilderness. It's dangerous there. It's not easy to get to. And yet they have to go. And they bring with them a heifer, an eglah arufah, a young heifer whose neck will be broken in the ritual sacrifice. The animal is slaughtered. The leaders will wash their hands and they recite a mantra. Our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it done. They even use the language of kapara, atonement, as in Yom Kippur. They say, Kaper la'amcha Yisrael, let this be an atonement for your people Israel. And then, and only then, are they relieved of the responsibility for the murder of a man. But wait, you might be wondering, why would the leaders be implicated in the death of a person that they did not even know just because they happened to live nearby? Why do they have to go out of their way? Why do they have to go to such great lengths to unburden themselves from a murder that they actually had nothing to do with? Our rabbis explain that they're not guilty, but they're not exactly innocent either. By engaging in this ritual, they're essentially admitting that the man who died, maybe he made his way through our town, but he never explicitly asked for our help, so we ignored him. He didn't ask for food, he didn't ask for lodging, for escort as he left town that night. So we didn't go out of our way for him. Lo re'inuhu. In fact, we didn't even see him. But had we treated him like a brother, had we not turned away as we walked down the street, had we instead trained our eyes to see the unseen, this man would still be alive today. I want to just ask us to imagine for a moment this morning a society that's bound by that kind of social contract, that level of accountability, one person to another. Last week on Rosh Hashanah morning, I was making my way over to services and we stopped at the corner right by the Starbucks, and there was a man who was buried underneath a blanket in front of the Starbucks. And for a moment, I looked at his body and I actually couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. And I thought about the story of the corpse that's found in the wilderness in Deuteronomy. That man asked nothing of me. But I was sick to think that we live in a world in which the good people, the good ones, either avert our eyes or at very best leave a little bit of food by his side so he'll have some nourishment when he wakes up. That man was somebody's child. I kept thinking about that. If that were my child, God forbid, many things go wrong, and that's my kid. What would I want somebody who sees her body on the street to do? How would I want them to act? What needs to happen for us to see each other as our own responsibility? This story, the story of the corpse in the desert, the eglah arufah, it challenges us by giving us the ideal. It says, you who have been through hell, you who've been demeaned and dehumanized and degraded, you who've been turned into a number, turned into a nuisance, the most basic assumption of your survival is that you need to know how to live differently. But isn't that just some kind of fantasy? Could any society actually live up to that standard of care and concern? Well, more than 1,000 years later, in the Second Temple period, the Talmud offers us a glimpse of how completely and how tragically our people missed the mark. So here's the second story. Crowds of onlookers in Jerusalem are gathered around the temple as two young priests, Kohanim, make their way up the altar to perform the temple service. Everything's fine until one of them sees that the other one is one step ahead of him. And so he starts to quicken his pace in order to get there first, and very soon they're all running, trying to take the lead, one over the other. Finally, just as one of them gets up to the altar, with the whole community of Jerusalem bearing witness, the other one pulls out his sacrificial knife, and he drives it right into his friend's back. The crowd gasps. The boy has fallen to the ground. He's bleeding out. And a great scholar named Rabbi Tzadok rushes forward and says, "Listen up, Jews. Don't you remember what we learned in Deuteronomy, the story about the corpse that's found in the wilderness? Don't you remember the lesson that someone is responsible? Well, what about us? What about now? Clearly someone's responsible, but who is it? Is it you? Is it the Kohanim?" He says. Now he's pointing to the priests, and they're trembling, they're cowering now. "You who disguise your quest for power and glory as some kind of false religiosity, you have poisoned this holy place. Or is it you," he says, and he points to all of the residents of Jerusalem. You who come here every day to cheer on this callous culture. You who allow violence to fester in your name in this place. You tell me," he says, "who's responsible?" Of course, it's really clear who's responsible. They all just witnessed a murder. One priest took the knife and stabbed it in another's back. But did you hear Simone Biles at the Judiciary Committee yesterday? She said, "To be clear, I blame the abuser, but I also blame all of those who enabled and perpetuated this abuse with their silence." Rabbi Tzadok is not trying to make a legal argument. He's trying to break their hearts. He wants the people to cry. He wants them to understand that this kind of violence does not emerge ex nihilo. This emerges in a culture that permits it, a culture that normalizes it. And these young priests have inherited a spirit of corruption and competition. They've been programmed to battle. And that's exactly what they're doing. These boys, we learn in the Mishnah, they're not even the exception, they're the norm. Whenever two priests wanted to fulfill the same sacred task at the temple, they would race each other up the ramp. And this isn't even the first time that it led to violence. We have stories of priests pushing each other off the ramp, left and right. The people hear this. They hear Rabbi Tzadok, and they burst into tears. And they say, "You're right. You're right. What have we done?" I want to dwell in this climactic moment for just a moment, because here we see the possibility of a course correct, a society that had gone down a dangerous path, one that normalized zealotry and human cruelty, one in which people were instrumentalized and dehumanized. But with strong moral leadership, with Rabbi Tzadok willing to speak the hard truths, this could be an awakening. This was their Sandy Hook moment. The moment of enough horror, enough heartache, that the people finally stop and ask, how could we have allowed this to happen? We can do better than this. We have to do better than this for our children's sake, if not for our own. If only the story ended there. The people are weeping. The boy's still bleeding on the ground. The Talmud says he's writhing and convulsing when his father runs up the ramp to his dying child And the father turns to the wailing crowds and says what might be the most sick and unimaginable words that a parent could say in this moment. Harei hu kaparatchem. Don't worry. My son's death will be an atonement for your sins. If we pull the knife out now, before he breathes his last breath, it will remain ritually pure, and we can use it again for sacrifice tomorrow. This final, fateful twist in the narrative is absolutely horrifying. And the rabbis, our storytellers, are unforgiving. This comes to teach, they said, that in those times, in temple times, they took more seriously the sanctity of their utensils than even the spilling of blood. In our time, it would be something like they loved their guns more than their children. But the people of that time are not outraged by the father. In fact, they're placated by his words. What a relief, they probably said as they made their way home that night. It's not actually our fault. I'm so tired of Rabbi Tzadok always trying to make us feel responsible for all the problems of the world. This terrible story is remarkable for so many reasons, not the least of which that it's told in the Talmud. It's a religious text that is a polemic against fundamentalist religious practice. But at its heart, this is the story of a society in free fall. Just a few years after this took place, in Rabbi Tzadok's own lifetime, the Roman legions lay siege to Jerusalem. And those same holy sites that were already desecrated by the priests' fanaticism and bloodshed are now decimated by Vespasian Caesar. It is the end of Jewish sovereignty in the land for nearly 2,000 years. This story is recorded and told by the remnant that survived the Churban, that survived the destruction. They were desperate to send a warning shot into the future. Perhaps they knew and understood that we would confront similar dynamics in our culture one day in the future. They needed us to know that we are bound to one another. And if we don't recognize that, we will soon find ourselves stabbing one another in the back. The price of failing to honor our most basic covenantal commitment, the Torah's call to an ethic of mutual responsibility, is total societal collapse. I hope you understand why I'm telling you this story today. Last month, a professor with type 2 diabetes and other severe underlying health conditions resigned in the middle of class when a student refused numerous requests that she put on a mask in order to protect his life. He just walked out of the classroom. I've had it, he said. And I read about another at-risk professor who pleaded with his students to put on a mask to protect him and his family. And he was stunned when only 5 out of the 45 students in the class agreed to do so. Your health, your life, they seem to be saying, that is simply not my problem. I'm asking us to consider that at the heart of those school board meetings that we've seen the videos from over the last several weeks, where the parents are threatening the doctors' lives when the doctors testify about how to keep the kids safe. At the heart of our broken, contentious, violent political culture in America today is a disagreement not over science, not over medicine, not even over politics. The fault line at the heart of our culture war is one fundamental question: are we ultimately responsible for one another? And today, we're standing at the nexus of multiple dangerous global trends. Our planet has become increasingly uninhabitable as an autocratic, anti-science, anti-democratic, neo-fundamentalist movements have been awakened in this country and around the world, fueled by a collective inability to take seriously the sacred and timeless call to be our brother's keeper. The intoxicating allure of profit and power have in our time nearly eviscerated the ethic of collective responsibility. And this is much more than a political problem. This is a spiritual sickness. It's a spiritual sickness that has allowed us to believe that we live singularly and not in the plural. It's a spiritual sickness that's rooted in the lie that our destiny is not all wrapped up in one another, that ideologies of racial supremacy and religious hegemony, that the desire for power and profit and popularity, that any and all of these things take precedence over human life itself. This is a spiritual sickness that's rooted in the lie that freedom means that I have the right to dump toxins and pollutants into our shared waterways with no care, to eat, to burn, to destroy, as though what I do is none of your damn business. On this Yom Kippur, 5782, the year 2021, our planet is crying out for a shift in the collective consciousness. We will only survive if we recognize that we are all bound up in one another. I have been talking to my friend Valerie Kaur about this idea. Some of you know her. She's a Sikh American activist who just published a stunning and important book called See No Stranger. She says that our minds are primed to see the world in terms of us versus them. We can't help it. The moment we look upon another's face, our minds discern instantly whether or not they are one of us, part of our family or community or country or political party, or one of them. And this happens before conscious thought. And who we see as part of us determines who we let inside our circle of care and concern. I so deeply appreciate that formulation, because now in our time it is so clear that the way of us versus them, of power over people, of profit over responsible stewardship of the planet, this way has failed us. Yes, it led to discovery and advances, but it also led to exploitation and devastation and unimaginable human suffering. And now it has led us to the very edge. You know this. I know that you see what I'm seeing. We can feel right now that things are falling apart in our world. We have to find a better way. And it's said that illness, more than anything else, has the power to awaken that kind of awareness of our interconnectedness. Our vulnerability has the potential to inspire greater compassion toward other people who are also suffering. This time of pandemic, it could awaken us to the truth that we are all part of one grand, complex, beautiful, living organism. As Rabbi Alan Liu once wrote, we all share the same heart. Physically, we can see where one of us begins and another ends, but emotionally and spiritually, it's simply not that way. Our feelings and our spiritual impulses, they flow freely beyond the boundaries of the self, and this is something that each of us knows intuitively. And yet, when we talk about these things in a Jewish context, we tend to praise the lofty aspirations, love your brother as yourself, love your neighbor as yourself. But then we quickly get to work limiting the practical application. Okay, but who am I really responsible for? And I think, as a rabbi, that in some ways that's a testament to how seriously our tradition actually takes these prescriptions. If you're responsible for everyone, then you risk falling into a kind of moral void where you're really taking responsibility for no one. But that halachic, that Jewish legal negotiation, is also very damaging because it's training our hearts to narrow the scope of our moral concern, working to exclude rather than include. I want to be really clear that obviously my love and care for my own children is first and foremost in my heart. And it's precisely because of that love that my heart is opened to the needs and to the suffering of other children. Loving our own people does not preclude us from loving other people. And of course, the inverse is also true. To love the world, we do not need to abandon our own people. The hour is demanding that we expand our locus of moral concern. Achinoam Nini, who was with us last night and regrets that she can't be with us today, she wrote something so powerful a few years ago that I want to share with you. It was during one of the Gaza wars, and she said, if we refuse to recognize each other's rights and embrace our obligations, if we continue to cling to our own narratives with contempt and disregard for the other, if we again and again choose swords over words, if we sanctify land and not the lives of our children, we will soon be forced to seek a colony on the moon, for our land will be so drenched in blood and so cluttered with tombstones that there will be nothing left for the living. Today, I am asking us to summon our higher wisdom and our fiercest imagination, not because we're halachically mandated to do so, but because anything less makes a mockery of our Jewish tradition and our history and our Torah. In the United States, in Israel, Palestine, and in the world, there is a confluence of crises that we are suffering from in our time. Pandemic, poverty, racism, climate devastation. These things demand that we leave no one outside our circle of care and concern. I believe that our hearts are capacious enough to hold not only our own families and our own Jewish community, but also the man beneath the blanket outside of Starbucks, and also the Afghan refugee, and also the Palestinian children. And the fact that that is even a question of controversy in our time is both repugnant and shameful. This is the challenge of our time. We need to reclaim an ethic of shared responsibility. Once we recognize how connected we are, we will be faced with two imperatives. The first is to love, to be tender, and to be careful with each other's bodies and each other's hearts, to recognize that there is no higher priority than keeping each one another week, month after month during this time. A just society and a healthy ecosystem, so that even as we do whatever is in our power to prevent human suffering in the immediate, we are also planting the seeds for a vibrant, healthy, sustainable future on this earth. None of us can do everything, but each one of us in these fraught times has to consider, what is the brave thing that I can do to move us closer to this ideal in our lifetime? This is our first Yom Kippur without Hannah Mintz. Hannah died last month from cancer. And I want to tell you that I feel her presence so strongly in this room, and I know that I'm not alone. And I say to Marina and to Chad that I loved your mother very, very much. She was really a friend. And I want to lift up Hannah's memory today, sharing one final story. Because about 10 years ago, Hannah was out in the park with her dog when she saw a young guy, homeless, lying on a bench. And so Hannah, being Hannah, she started to chat with him. His name is Ryan. He was struggling. He was alone. Hannah, of course, took him out to breakfast. By the end of the meal, she had insisted that Ryan come home with her, not just to shower and do his laundry, but to move into her spare bedroom so that he could have a safe place to rest and begin to heal. And some of you know this. Ryan lived in Hannah's house for a year until he was able to get back on his feet. And now he's thriving. He has a career, He has a partner. We asked him if we could share this story today, and he said, of course, I owe my life to Hannah Mintz. Hannah Mintz understood that her locus of moral concern needed to extend to this guy. And I know and you know that many people wouldn't have even seen him there on that bench that day. And those who would have stopped, I suspect, maybe would have said hello, maybe would have smiled, maybe would have left him something to eat or given him a little bit of cash, but not Hannah Mintz. Hannah saved his life. Maybe it's because she tragically lost her own son, Adam, beloved to so many people in this community just a few years before. But I fully believe that when she looked at that boy on the bench and she saw that he, like Adam, also had red hair, she naturally thought, how can I not see you as my son? She treated him as though he was her responsibility. Now, Hannah was a tzaddiket. She was one of the righteous ones. And I have to tell you that I was hesitant to even share this story today because I worry that the bar that Hannah set is too high for you and it's too high for me. But I'm asking us on this Yom Kippur to commit to trying to embody the Torah that Hannah lived her life by. Surely every single one of us can do better than we are. We belong to each other. This is a daring and dangerous idea because it calls us to imagine a fundamentally different reality, a world in which we give without being asked, in which our eyes are trained to see even the people that everyone else perceives to be invisible, a world in which the love of our own expands our sense of connection and obligation to others rather than contracting it, a world in which we recognize that we truly are all bound up in the bond of life with one another. I pray on this Yom Kippur, in this era of so much constriction and so much suffering and so much heartache, that we remember that our story is a story of a people that suffered terribly. And then we're called to build a society that was rooted in love and dedicated to justice, living in the full awareness of our shared humanity and our interconnectedness. May we all walk through this time with love, with grace, and with conviction. Gemar Chatima Tova.
save my life. Every night you take my pain away. Lift me high when I die. You make me want to cry. You make me feel alive. You bring me around when I'm down. You take my breath away. Lift my eyes through blue skies. You make me want to cry. You make me feel alive. You make me feel alive.
Mila Tige, welcome home. All right, you can all have a seat for a moment. Couple of quick things for us before we turn to Musaf now. One is that after we're done with Yizkor, which comes on the other side of Musaf, we're going to take a break for a few hours. We do have some programming for folks who are with us online from the Jewish Emergent Network, and we're grateful to our network communities for creating this content. We're going to be coming back here, and Mincha and Ne'ilah are at 6 p.m., and then we'll end the fast together. All of this will be broadcast, and we do need to have had people registered already. So if you didn't register, you can join us by broadcast at any time. We thank you for that. And is everyone all right? You doing okay? Okay, good. I hope that you live into this day, that we just take the time, stick around, stay, learn, stay focused even when you go home for a few hours, maybe nap, but keep your eyes on the prize here, because there's good work happening. We're going to turn over to Sammy Cantor, who's going to introduce Musaf for us this morning.
Thank you. So at IKAR, we've used the phrase spiritual workout to describe the work we've been doing over these holy days. And I love this description, in part because some of my most spiritual moments happen on a spin bike. I love spinning. For anyone who knows me knows that I love spinning, and it's where I discovered my strength and where I ground myself. Spinning showed me what spirituality can look like when we connect our mind and body. And I know I'm not alone in this mind-body connection. Rabbi Brau spoke about this earlier this morning, and I know many of you find spirituality in that connection when we tap our toe or bop our head to music or walk or run or any other sort of activity. But for me, when I'm in a spin class, the intensity of the work forces me to have more awareness of my body's movements as I do the choreography. We bow, we do a thing called a tap back, we do a push-up. And in that moment of vulnerability, when I feel tired, I realize I can call upon my body to lift me up. In those moments, I find my truth that maybe is not always in plain sight. So at IKAR, Musaf is like this giant hill. We're about to sit, stand, pray silently, sing, dance, bow, pound our chest, prostrate. We do this alongside many others doing the same choreography. And we've been in this for a few hours now. And many of you might be feeling a little hungry, thirsty, tired. Maybe we're raw from that deep introspection. Yet, as we enter Musaf, I invite you to bring your attention to your body with each movement in the experience. What happens when you sing certain melodies? What does your body do? What happens when you dance? It's time for all of us to climb this hill together and see what the top can reveal to us. This is a spiritual workout, right? So please rise in whatever way you are able this morning. As we prepare for Musaf with the Chatzi Kaddish, we're on page 298.
יתקדם ויקדש שמי רבה ביולמדי רך ירותי וימליך מלכותי Barak Yishtabach Yitpar Yitromah Ve'yitnaseh Ve'yitadai Ve'yitaleh Ve'yitala Shmei Dekusha Richu Leila Leila Min Kol Birchata Deshirata Ushbechata Venechemata Damiram Biyomah Ve'yiru Amen Ve'yiru Amen Ve'yiru Amen
We're going to take a couple of moments for silence. Begins on page 300.
Oh, to see without my eyes the first time that you kissed me, boundless by the time I cried. I built your walls around me. White noise, what an awful sound. Fumbling by the river, feel my feet above the ground. Hand of God, deliver me. Oh, woe is me. The first time that you touched me, oh, will wonders ever cease? Blessed be the mystery of love. Lord, I no longer believe, drowned in living waters, cursed by the love that I received from my brother's daughter, like effervescence who died. Alexander's lover, now my riverbed has dried. Shall I find no other? Oh, woe is me. I'm running like a plover. Now I'm prone to misery. The birthmark on your shoulder reminds me.
We're going to begin a partial Chazarah, a repetition, page 313.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Rivka Elohei Yaakov Elohei Leah Elohei Rachel Elohei Yaakov ay 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 Gomel Chasadim Tovim Vekalnei Akol Vezocher Chastei Avot Umei Goel Livnei Bneihem Leman Shemo V'yavah Mison Chachamim Unvonim Umilem Edat Mevinim Oyev Techafi B'tfilah U'tachanunim L'chaut Ulchonin B'nei Melech Malchei Melachim V'adonei Adonim Zochrenu L'chaim Melech וחפץ בחיים, וכותבנו בספר החיים, וכותבנו בספר החיים, למענך אלוהים חיים, מלך עוזר מושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם, אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, לחיי מתים אתה רב להושיע, מוריד הטל, לכלכל חיים וחסד, לחיי מתים ורחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, נו מתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו בישני עפר, ניחמוך בגבורות ומגדול מלך מימית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה, מי כמוך אב הרחמים, זוכר יסוריו לחיים ברחמים, ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים, ברוך אתה אדוני לחיי המתים.
We're going to turn to 315 now for Unatan Tokef, and many of you know this is the famous prayer, who will live, who will die. A couple of years ago, we couldn't bring ourselves to say this prayer at all on High Holy Days after some terrible, tragic deaths in our community. And I think that the absence spoke even louder than the presence. This year, we have a few moments to go through the prayer and to say it again, but we will never do so without holding the incredible cognitive and spiritual dissonance that so many people who've suffered traumatic loss experience when they hear these words. And so we reach out with love, with strength, with great compassion, and with listening ears to those in our midst who are suffering in that way as we recite these words today, page 315.
וכן לרדה לקדושה, כי אתה אלוהינו מוחל, מוסר וסולח. ונתן לתוקף קדושת היום, כי נורא ביום, ובוא תנשא מלכותך, וייכון בחסד כיסאך, ותשב עליו בימין. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וכל דממה דקה יישמע, ומלאכים יחפזון, וכילור ידה יאחזון, כבקרת רועה ותפקוד נפש כל ותחתוך כתפה בכל ביום, ותתגואל כזדינם. איי 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 בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. כמה יברון וכמה יבראון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי בקיצו ומי לא בקיצו. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. מי ברעש ומי במגפה מים, מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברעב ומי בצמא, מי ברעש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. מי ינוח ומי ינוח, מי שקט ומי יתערב, מי שלב ומי יתייסר, מי יהיה עני ומי יישר, מי ישפל ומי ירום. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. בראש השנה ייכתבו, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמו. לא תשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבידין את רוע הגזירות. אין קיצה בא לשנותיך ואין קץ ליורך ימיך, ואין שיעור למרכבות כבודיך, ואין פירוש לעילום שמך. אי שמך נולך ואתה נועל לשמך ושמנו. איי 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 קראת בשמך עשה למען שמך וקדש את שמך מקדישי שמך בעבור כבוד שמך הנערץ והנקדש.
Page 317.
נריצחי כסוד שיח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש דרי מעלה עם דרי מטה ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוא כל הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם משתף שואלים זה לזה כבודו מלא עולם משתף שואלים זה לזה איה מקום כבודו לעומתם ברוך יאמרו ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו הוא יפן ברחמים ויחונם הם יחדים שלו ערב ובוקר וכל יום תמיד אמרים ביבא שמה אומרים ממקומו הוא יפן במים ביבא שמה אומרים שמה ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד נו אלוהינו הוא אבינו הוא מלכנו הוא מושיענו והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי להיות לכם לאלוהים אני אדוני אלוהיכם אל תדרנו אדוני אדוננו מתיר שמכו בכל הארץ והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור תמלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהיך ציון לדור ודור דור ודור נגיד גודלך, לנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושיב כוחו אלוהינו, ופינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה.
We're going to turn to page 321 to Skav. You can have a seat.
וסקב לברך ונמלוך על כל בייחוד ככתוב על ידך והיד מעל המלך על כל הארץ והיום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד ובכן תן פחדך לאלוהינו על כל מעשיך ואימתך על כל מה שבראת ויראוך כל המעשים וישתחו לפניך כל הברואים ויעשו כל המגודה אחת לעשות רצונך בלב אבשלם כמו שידענו אדוני אלוהינו שהשלטון לפניך עוז בידיך וגבורה בימינך ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת ובכן תן כבוד אדוני לעמך תהילה לירך בתקווה לדורשך ופתחון פה למייחלים לך שמחה לארצך וששון לעירך וצמיחת קרן לדוד עבדך ועריכת נר לבן ישי משיחך במהרה בימינו כן צדיקים יראו וישמחו וישרים יעלוזו וחסידים ברנה יגילו ועולת תקפוץ פיה וכל הרשע כולה כי עשן תכלה כי תעבר ממשלת זדון מן הארץ.
Okay, we have come to Veyatayu, friends. Here we are in Musaf. I wanted to just speak for a moment about collective effervescence as we prepare to go into this prayer. There was an incredible Adam Grant piece in the New York Times over the summer that my friend Rabbi Michael Adam Latz shared with me that I love. He talks about collective effervescence as peak happiness that occurs in the midst of collective activity. He said, we find our greatest bliss in moments of collective effervescence. The idea was coined actually by Emil Durkheim in the early 20th century. This is a kind of energy and harmony that people feel when they come together in a group with a shared purpose. And what's interesting about collective effervescence is that it's a kind of synchronicity that's really hard to achieve during pandemic because it's actually about energy that builds on energy. It kind of spreads through the room, and maybe you've experienced that maybe even in this room when we've come to this moment in the service before. And part of the pain of being apart is that we can't feed off of each other's energy like that. And that's in some ways what made me burst into tears last year when we got to Veyatayu. And I had that big, ugly cry in front of thousands of people on the screen because they cut to the gallery. And what I saw was like hundreds of people experiencing Veyatayu, each of you and each of us in our own room, in our own place. And I realized that there was something really miraculous happening, which was even when we weren't all in the same exact physical space, we were experiencing collective effervescence together. And I've seen it because people have sent me little videos of them in their own room, even from Rosh Hashanah this past week. And it's incredible. There's something so powerful about what we're able to experience together. And Grant says, joy shared is joy sustained. So I want to invite us to please rise in whatever and in any way, in every way in which you're able. And let's experience a little collective effervescence together on page 322.
ויתיו כל עובדיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויברכו שם כבודך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויגידו ועם צדקך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ידרשוך מים לא ידעוך ויהללוך כל אפסי הארץ ויאמרו תמיד יגדל אדוני ויזנחו את עצביהם ויחפרו עם פסיליהם ויעטו שכם אחד לעובדיך יראוך עם שמש מבקשי פניך ויחקרו כוח מלכותך למדו טועים בינה וימוללו את גבורתך וינשוך מתנשא לכל ראש ויסלדו בחילה פניך ויפסחו הרים רינה ויצהלו איים במולכך יקבלו עול מלכותך עליהם ויקבלו עול מלכותך עליהם וירוממוך בקהלם ישמיעו רחוקים ויבואו כתר מלוכו
Page 323.
קדוש אתה ונורא שמך ויעל אלוה מבלעדיך ככתוב ויקבו אדוני צבאות במשפט ואל הקדוש נקדש בצדקה ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש אתה בחרתנו מכל העמים, אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות, וקידשתנו במשפטיך בקרבתנו, מכנו לעבודתך, בשמך גדול גדול שלנו קראת, ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה. את יום הכיפורים הזה למחילה, לסליחה וכפרה, ולמחול בעוד כל עוונותינו, נקרא קודש, זכר ליציאת מצרים.
We'll have a quick intro to Aleinu.
All right, we're doing the work right now of getting out of our heads and into our bodies and into our hearts, however we're able, and I know it's not easy. I've made a comfortable place for myself right up here where it's safe and no one can see, but there's certain places that only our hearts can go, where only our bodies can rise in joy or fall with humility. And Aleinu, which we're about to recite, it asks us to go to those places. So on most days, we'd bow from the knees during this prayer, but today we go further. Our custom is for everyone who's able here and at home to fully prostrate, to lie down face first on the ground and linger there. Listen there. What does the heart know when pressed up against the ground? What does the body feel when all of our weight is held by the earth? And when we rise and lift our hands to the sky, what does that feel like? Vulnerable? Open? Receptive? Our choreography here is one of resilience, to stand back up when life has brought us low, and it's one of return. V'hashevota el levavecha, literally, may you return to your heart. Right now, we need to quiet our minds just for a moment so our hearts can really, really sing. Aleinu, page 325, please rise.
Bye.
Aleinu l'shabeya l'adon hakol לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית שלא עשנו כגויי ארצות, אלא שמנו כמשפחות אדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגורלנו ככל העולם. ואנחנו משתחווים ומודים. לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא.
As we make our way into the Avodah, on page 330, we'll hear the words that our tradition says that the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, offered on behalf of himself and his household, on behalf of the leadership, and on behalf of all of the house of Israel. And the question for us as we hear these words, and the question for the Israelites as they waited in the courtyard, while all of this was happening, while all of the intricate and detailed ritual and rite was happening behind closed doors, was, is it going to work? Is it going to work? Is all of this praying and this heart hitting and tapping and prostrating and jumping, is it actually going to make a difference? Is it going to make a difference in my heart? Is it going to make a difference in the world? Is it going to work? And we hold that question and we hold that hope as we hear these words chanted. We're on page 330.
Anna, 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 Hoshiana, Aslichana, Hoshiana, Aslichana, Anna, 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 Hashem Chatati Abidi Bashati Lebanecha Ani Ubiti Anna, Anna, Iba Yom Hazeh Yekaber Alechem Anna, Anna,
332.
Anna Hashem Chatati Aviti Hashati Anna 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 Hashem Chatati קודשך ככתוב בתורת משה עבדך כי ביום הזה לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם לפני אדוני. Anna, 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 Hashem, Chatanu, Avinu, Pashanu, Anna, Hashem, Chatanu, Avinu, Avinu, Hashem.
Turn to page 346.
Eloheinu levoteinu v'imotenu selach lanu mechalanu kapelanu ki anu amecha v'yata Eloheinu anu v'lecha v'yata avinu anu avodecha v'yata adoneinu anu kehalecha v'yata chelkeinu anu nachalatecha v'yata goraneinu anu tzondecha v'yata roheinu anu charamecha v'yata notreinu anu fiutecha v'yata yoteinu anu raitecha v'yata dodeinu anu zkutecha v'yata kadeinu anu amecha v'yata malkeinu anu amecha v'yata אנו הזפנים ויתה רחום וחנוננו כשיורה פייתה ערך אפיים אנו ליבון ויתה מלא רחמים אנו ימינו כצל עובר ויתה ושנותיך לא יתאמו אלוהינו ולבותינו יבוא לפניך תפילתנו ואל תתעלם מתחינתנו שאין אנחנו עדי פנים וקשי עורף לומר לפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו אבל אנחנו חטאנו איי 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 אשמנו, בגדנו, גזלנו, דיברנו דופי, איי 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 הבינו והשענו, צדנו, חמסנו, תפלנו שקר, איי 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 ידנו רע, כיזבנו, לצנו, מרדנו, נייצנו, שררנו, אבינו, פשענו, שררנו, תשעים עורף, איי 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 ראשנו, שפחתנו, תייבנו, טעינו, איתנו, איי 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 נו מזבח משבח הטופים ולא שווה לנו ואתה צדיק על כל הבוא עלינו כי אמת עשית ואנחנו הרשענו.
The answer is yes, by the way. It works. It works because unlike the people in the temple, we are not asking one person to hold responsibility for all of the work that we need to do. We are doing it ourselves, and we're doing it today, and we're doing it right now in the vidui, as we beat our chests just a little bit, as we confess, as we aspire, and as we know that we will continue to grow. We're on page 351.
על חטא שחטא לפניך באונס וברצון אל חטא שחטא לפניך באימוץ עלינו בביטוי שפתיים אל חטא שחטא לפניך בגילוי עריות אל חטא שחטא לפניך ועל כולם אלו הסליחות סלח לנו וחלנו כפר לנו על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכך שובך זה ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכפת שוחד על חטא ועל כולם אלו הסליחות סלח לנו מחלנו כפר לנו על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בבדיקתו על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימון לבב ועל כולם אלו הסליחות סלח לנו וחלנו כפר לנו.
354. Page 354.
Bottom of 354.
ברוך אתה אדוני מלך מוחה וסולח לעוונותינו ולעמות עמו בית ישראל ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה ושנה מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל איי 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 מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל מלך על כל הארץ מקדש ישראל ליום הכיפורים רצי אדוני אלוהינו ממך ישראל ותבואתם בשבט עבודה בביתך ובביתם באהבה תקבל ברצון ותגלה רצון תמיד עבודה לשור עולמך ותחזינו עיניהם שוכב ציון ברחמים ברוך אתה אדוני עמך זכינתו לציון מודים אנחנו לך הטוב כי לא חל רחמך ורחמך בגבולותיו וחסדיך מעולם קיווינו לך ועל כולם יתברך ונאמר שמך מלכנו תמיד לעולם ועד אבינו מלכנו זכור רחמך ופוש חסה בכל דבר וחרב הרב ושביל משחית ועוון ושמד למגפה ופגע רב וכל מחלה וכל תקלה וכל קטטה וכל מיני פורענויות וכל גזירה רעה וזנאת חינם מעלינו מעל כל בני בריתך וכתוב לחיים טובים כל בני בריתך וכל החיים יהיו חסר ואלו את שמך באמת האל ישועתנו ועזרתנו סלע ברוך אתה אדוני הטוב שמך ולכנו ולהודות אלוהינו ואבותינו ברכנו בברכה המשולשת בתורה הכתובה על ידי משה עבדך אמורה מפי אהרון ובניו כהנים ממקדשך כאמור יברכך אדוני וישמרך יאר אדוני פניו אליך ויחונך יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך שלום שלום בעולם טוב וברכה חן וחסד ורחמים
We're on the bottom of 357.
בכל עת ובכל שעה בשלומך ובספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה נזכר וניכתב לפנינו לכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים ולשלום.
Page 358, Hayom.
Hayom, 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 hayom te'amtzenu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom tevorchenu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom tegodlenu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom tidrshenu letova, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom tiktvenu lechayim tovim, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom tikabel berachamim uberatzon bilatenu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom tishma shavotenu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom תתמכנו במין צדקך, אמן. ברוך אתה אדוני עושה השלום.
Shalem, the full Kaddish is on 359.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, אמן. ויעלמה דברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכו וביום יכול ובחיי דפו בית ישראל בגלה ובזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולם ביומיה יתברך. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי וקודשה ויעלה לעילה מכל ברכתה בשירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה תמירה לעולמה ויאמרו ויאמרו אמן. תתקבל צלותון ובאותון דכל ישראל קדם אברון ובשמיה ואמרו אמן. יש לומר רבה משמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומה ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו
We're going to have a short break before Yizkor. I know that some new people are coming in who need to be saying Yizkor, and many of you are also staying. We want to make sure that we're making the room safely for those who are on their way in. We're going to be starting at precisely 1 p.m. I do want to mention, I understand that there was a problem with the donation link, and so I want to ask people to try again. Is that what we're asking them? Please try and try and try and try again. That is the message of this time. So thank you all, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes to begin Yizkor in this room. We're living through incredibly challenging times. We're just emerging now from a long and dark night of isolation and uncertainty, of pandemic and polarization. We're living through an era of profound moral awakening. The ground is shaking, and we've worked so hard, but we're not nearly done. In fact, we're really just getting started. IKAR was founded on the core belief that faith communities need to be not only sources of spiritual strength, but voices of moral courage, that we have to be first responders to indifference and injustice. We hear the voice of our Jewish faith and our Jewish tradition, calling us, demanding of us that we become agents of social change. We know and we believe that if we really dream of building the beloved community out there, we have to start by building sacred community right here and right now. A community that stands together in spiritual strength and spiritual resistance. And so we stand in friendship with our multi-faith partners around the country, working to build a more just and loving society. We stand in hope, because hope is the greatest expression of defiance against a politics of pessimism and a culture of despair. We stand in love because we trust in the mysterious power of human connectedness. This is the real work of community, to show up, to answer each other's loneliness with presence, to say amen to each other's mourner's Kaddish, and in a world that's turned upside down, to remind each other again and again and again what's right side up. Our ancestors were dreamers.
They held the audacious belief that every single human being is created in God's own image. Fueled by that prophetic vision, we lift up a theology of radical equality because we truly believe that every single person deserves to live in full dignity. And the only way we build a society of love and justice is together. So come dream with us. Come pray with us and cry with us and dance with us. And come build with us. Help us usher in this new day.
rhythm section is exceeding itself. I don't know about that, but it's good. You're a second tenor? Or your first tenor? So you hear? I hear me all the high stuff. No, I'm asking you what part. That's what I'm saying. If you hear the high stuff, that's it. Yeah. That's first. People don't, it's most of the low stuff. I know. But you when you get the very high stuff, you go, and now especially with this, I don't know what's going on. Yes, we did. Oh, I know. There's no mistake out here. I can hear your voice. Okay. Great. Jamie did Haftarah. Oh. We have a good friend of my son's, Ike, was a member of that ODL, yeah. And he did a little bit of, I think he toured with him for about a year. Yeah. He loved it. It's great. Yeah. Did you do that twice? I wasn't in the whipping group. I left this team. It's all seniors. Yeah. What I did for the first year. Yeah. He's a great kid. He's one of those kids when older kids are in school, you always knew that kid was going to be, he's always 3 grades ahead, and like, oh yeah, very smart. Everything well though? All good? Yeah. I'm just going to tell us. Yeah. mic. Turn on Rabbi's mic.
Welcome back, folks. I want to invite you to come back to your seats so that we can start Yizkor. Please find your way to your seats. I want to invite everyone to find your way back to your seats so that we can begin Yizkor. Welcome back, folks. I want to invite you to please take a seat so that we can begin our Yizkor. Hello, my Jews. Please sit down. Welcome. Come on in. Welcome back, folks. This is the risk of a 6-minute break. It's just true.
Ay, 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 ay,
We're turning now to Yizkor, the memorial service recited 4 times a year. And at Yizkor, we gather as a community to remember and hold the memory of loved ones who have passed away. I want to invite you to either close your eyes or lower your gaze, to try to relax your body, to take a breath, and begin to move inward. What grows in the garden of grief? We who tend it don't always know. In this dense patch of earth, it can be hard to locate signs of life, what we planted and what landed there by wind or storm. Mostly the seeds are dormant, waiting to sprout at their appointed time, and while they wait, thousands of weeds emerge, and we're not sure whether to leave them or rip them out. Some days we're too weary to garden. Some days too exhausted to leave the garden. The soil drinks our tears greedily until the dry season when hardened soil cracks beneath our feet. Sometimes a butterfly visits the garden, and I wonder if it's you. I wish you'd come more often. I wish you'd land in my hand for just a moment. You hover by the flower I now see grew in my garden. It looks fragile, but it isn't. It has roots, a long stem, and colorful petals. I'm not sure how long it took to grow or if I'll see it when I return, but it's here. And maybe someday this flower will be joined by others, and trees, and fruit, and I'll share what's grown here with those who need. We're visiting the garden today. I pray there's beauty there. I pray that where grief and memory collide, hope and healing bloom. I pray that when we each look up, we'll realize that the garden of grief is also a community garden. I pray that we'll garden together. Amen. We now have the privilege of hearing from Jacqueline Hamilton, who first came to IKAR several years ago with Representative Karen Bass, for whom she is now the district director. Jacqueline, we're so blessed that you made IKAR your community. And over the years, Jacqueline has been an important advisor and partner in addressing the many policy issues affecting our city and our county, and she's helped us in our efforts to build a more inclusive community. We've invited Jacqueline to speak today a little over a year after your beloved husband and your daughter Robin's father, David, passed away suddenly from a heart attack. And we continue to hold you both in love.
Yizkor is remembrance, but sometimes we don't want to remember, or we have memory thrust upon us. We heard, because of the vagaries of the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar, whichever one it is that we have versus the Hebrew calendar, this year, the September 11th attacks, 20th anniversary, were all over the news, but that means something very different to me. Yesterday would have been my son's 20th birthday. He didn't get to take his first breath. Catastrophic birth accident kept him from joining us in life. But I have such vivid memories of avoiding the images of people jumping from the towers and everything I was hearing people talk about, because thankfully I take in most of my news through the radio, because I didn't want those images in my head. I was 9.5 months pregnant, and I couldn't wait to not be pregnant, and I knew I had hard work to do. And every 9/11, I get to remember about looking forward to that hard work and not getting the cherished results. My son, Vaughn William Hamilton Valentine, was very much loved and wanted child, but he was actually our third. I have to say that I'm okay, but I've lost 2 full-term healthy pregnancies to bizarre, unrelated birth accidents. If I was only going to get to keep one kid, Robin Rose Hamilton Valentine is a jewel among jewels, and I am very blessed. But the thing is, my loss with Vaughn, our loss with Vaughn, felt invisible. The whole nation was experiencing paroxysms of grief over the attack on the country, and 3,000 plus people had lost relatives, and others were about to lose people who were first responders, and we felt invisible. At the time, I had not claimed my Judaism. I have some Jewish ancestry, but I was raised kind of ish Seventh-day Adventist for the first 5 years of my life and then nothing after that. It took me a long time to claim what I had always had an affinity for from teenager when I started going to services with a friend. And so when we lost Vaughn, I didn't have access to either this community or the wisdom of Jewish mourning rituals. When David died last year in June, I still wasn't an IKAR member, but God bless him, IKAR sprang into action. Rabbi Brous counseled us. We held Shiva. She helped with our memorial service. The community started a meal train. We felt so blessed and buoyed. And even though I had lost my soulmate, the person, my perfect mate, I nonetheless had a support system that 20 years before, 11, 19 years before, I hadn't had. And I'm deeply grateful not only to IKAR, but to the wisdom of Jewish mourning rituals. You're supposed to plan them fast. We didn't know what to do. We hadn't made any plans. We hadn't expected for David to pass. And Rabbi Brous said, don't drag it out. You gotta just make your decisions, keep moving on. That was smart. It was painful. It was hard, but it was smart. Sitting Shiva, having people come and be with you, really, really helpful. Shloshim, the first month, everybody's acknowledging that you have had this loss. And then the blessing of our morning minyan, so that even when the rest of the world had moved on, other people in my life knew that I'd had this loss, but for them it's faded. Once a day, every morning, I got to be seen as a mourning person, and that made all the difference for me. And so I'd like to say thank you to the IKAR community. Thank you to my minyan mishpacha, some of whom are out there afar, one of whom I get to see for the first time, to the little subgroup we've formed of people who have lost spouses. And by the way, if you've lost a spouse and are looking for a way to connect, we'd be delighted to join you. It's very ad hoc, but everyone is welcome. And so I want to say thank you very much, and I look forward to this opportunity, as I do all opportunities, to remember the ones that we've lost and the ones that we still have the privilege to cherish.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Thank you, and may David and Vaughn's memories be a blessing to you always. And Robin, we hold you with love. Thank you for being here. Thank you. We're going to rise as the ark is opened, and we'll turn to page 290.
Madam Batedaehu Benenosh Vatekashvehu Adam Hevel Damah Kitzelover Baboker Yatzit V'chollah Na'erev Yemolel V'yaveh Nimnot Yameinu Kein Ho Kiviti Adonai lenegdi tamid. Ki mimini balemont lachem samach libi veyagel kvodi af besari yishkon laveta af besari yishkon laveta.
We're going to invite you to take a few moments now for quiet reflection. There are specific prayers for specific members of our community and family on page 291. So take a few moments, and a number of us, rabbis, will make our way around the room. We've been advised not to go right up to where you're standing, to keep a couple feet away. So please offer us, as we come to you, the names that you'd like us to share with you in memory, and we will hold them with love.
Hashem roi lo echzar Bina deshe'ar bitzeni Al mei menuchot yanaleni Nafshi eshover Nafshi eshover Yancheni v'maglei tzedek leman shemo gam ki elech begeit al maved lo yirara ki ata imadi Shivtecha umishantecha Shivtecha umishantecha Hema yanachamuni Taroch lefanai shulchan Taroch lefanai shulchan Taroch lefanai shulchan Neged sorerai Dishantav Hashemen Roshi Dishantav Hashemen Roshi Dishantav Hashemen Roshi Kosi Revaya Achtov Achesed Yirdefuni Kol Yemei Chayai Veshafti beveit Adonai Veshafti beveit Adonai Leorech yamim Ay 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 Hashem Elokei Yisrael Mimini Michael Umismoli Gabriel Umilfanai Uriel Umiachorai Raphael Ve'al Roshi Shechinatel Hamalach hagoeloti Hamalach hagoeloti mikora Yevarech et haneyarim vayikarev bahem shemi Hamalach hagoeloti Hamalach hagoeloti mikora Yevarech et haneyarim vayikarev bahem shemi V'shem avotai Abraham ve'Yitzchak v'yidgu larov b'kerev haaretz V'shem avotai Abraham ve'Yitzchak v'yidgu larov b'kerev haaretz Hey, 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 David Hashem roi lo echzar Binot desher bitzeni Al mi menuchot yan aleni nafshi eshovev, nafshi eshovev, yancheni v'maglei tzedek leman shemo, gam ki elech v'geit al mavet lo irara ki ata imadi shiftecha umishantecha shiftecha umishantecha hema enachamuni taroch lefanai shulchan taroch lefanai shulchan taroch lefanai shulchan neged sorerai dishanta v'shemen roshi dishanta v'shemen roshi dishanta v'shemen roshi kosi revaya ach tov v'chesed yirdefuni kol yemei chayai v'shavti beveit Adonai v'shavti beveit Adonai leorech yamim hey 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 hey
going to turn to 293. We'll open the ark and say, El Malay Rachamim, prayer in memory of all of our loved ones.
El Malay Rachamim, Joichei Bamiramim, Amtzei Menucha Nechonot, Tacham Kanfei Yashechino B'malon Kedoshim Uteharim Kezoar Harakiro Mazirim Lenishmor Kolei Shishkanu Ayom Livrocha She'alcho Leolamam Begal Eden Tei Menuchatam Ano Bal Rachamim Astirein Eseitek en Alfecha Leolamim Utzeror Bitzror Achaim Et Nishmotehem Adonai Unachalatam Ve'anuchu V'shalom Al Mishkevoteihem Ve'nomar
Mizmor LeDavid. Adonai is my shepherd, I shall not want. God gives me repose in green meadows and guides me over calm waters. God will revive my spirit and direct me on the right path, for that is God's way. Though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no harm, for you are at my side. Your staff and your rod comfort me. You prepare a banquet for me in the presence of my foes. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and kindness shall be my portion all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Adonai in the fullness of time.
We're going to say Mourner's Kaddish in just a moment on page 298. I brought one final set of words. For Jesse and Amit, and for Gail and Colin, and for Genji and Christopher, and for Ellen. I read these words from John O'Donohue. most inspiring, incredible writer who died at the age of 52. And it made me think of the grief that you have shared with our community in these impossible days. And so I just offer these words to you and to all of us as we prepare for Mourner's Kaddish. On the day when the weight deadens on your shoulders and you stumble, may the clay dance to balance you. And when your eyes freeze behind the gray window and the ghost of loss gets into you, may a flock of colors, indigo, red, green, and blue, come to awaken in you a meadow of delight. When the canvas frays and the current of thought and a stain of ocean blackens beneath you, may there come across the waters a path of yellow moonlight to bring you safely home. May the nourishment of the earth be yours. May the clarity of light be yours. May the fluency of the ocean be yours. May the protection of the ancestors be yours. And so may a slow wind work these words of love around you, an invisible cloak to mind your life. Page 294 is Kaddish Yatom, the Mourner's Kaddish.
Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah. Ve'alma divra kirutei ve'amlich malchutei v'chayechon uv'yomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael. Ba'agala uv'izman kariv ve'imru. Amen. Yehei shmei Rabbah mevorach le'alam ul'olmei omaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yit hadar, v'yit haleh, v'yit halal, shmei l'kudesha brichu. Le'ela u'le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechemata, da'amiran ve'oma ve'imru, amen. Yehei shlama rabba mishmaya, v'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru, amen. Oseh shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom. Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru, amen.
Invite Mark to come up to open the ark, and we hold our beloved Sharon Gillerman in memory, who died this past year, with love. Zichronam livracha, may the memories of all of our loved ones continue to echo and reverberate in this world as blessings. May you all be blessed. We'll be gathering back here at 5:45 to start Mincha on the early side of 6 p.m. as we close our day together. Thank you all.
Mizmor LeDavid, Hashem Rawi Lo Echzar, Binat Deshear Bitseni, Al Me Menuchot Yanaleni. Nafshi Eshovev, Nafshi Eshovev, Yancheni v'magle tzedek leman shemo. Gam ki elech begeit salmavet lo irara ki ata imadi shiftecha Umishantecha, Shiftecha, Umishantecha, Hema Enachamuni, Taroch, לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, נגד סוררי. דשנת בשמן ראשי, דשנת בשמן ראשי, דשנת בשמן ראשי, כוסי רוויה. אך טוב וחסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית אדוני, ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימים. היי 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 היי